Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creator Team here on the PS5 with Brabham. It's round 6 of Season 4 and our second sprint weekend. It is Miami. Alright, so we've got the bit rate a little bit low. Let's see if that improves it. Hopefully that should improve the bit rate. Right. Miami, 11 days away. We have a little bit of prep work to do before we get into the Grand Prix. And maybe, just maybe, we can finally take George out of the car and put Kimi Antonelli in. It's been something we're trying to do for a little while now. Haven't been able to get around to it yet. Fingers crossed we can actually get that done tonight. We've got some missing car parts to deal with. We don't have an underfloor. Let's install that. Wing is at high risk. Got to swap out a rear wing here. There we go. Bit rate seems to be going up a bit now. Should be a bit more stable. Let's see. Still, at this point, we cannot approach Kimi. It's looking like we might have to wait till like mid-season at this rate. Which would not be good. And if that happens, then we'll probably just let George see out the season. And then maybe promote Kimi by poaching him when we go to Ferrari instead. That might be what we have to do. We'll see what happens as we get into May, which is coming up. Race Sim is now upgraded. Fantastic stuff. Driver development update. Let's see. No improvement from our main drivers. I'm not seeing anything on our rookies. We're a little low on side pods. The factory fire has now finished, so theoretically we can start putting stuff through our factory again. What are we currently building? Chassis and suspensions. We do need more side pods. How much cash have we got? 1.9 mil. It's not a lot, but it should be enough. There we go. Oscar's biggest issue is not getting any bonuses in his contract. He's probably a little jealous that George is getting bonuses. Might have to offer Oscar a new contract this season to stop him from getting too grumpy. I do want him to continue to try and spearhead this team when we sell it to Cadillac. I'll be curious to see what we do with the second position. If George stays, for the rest of this season, will Cadillac re-sign him? Well, actually, no, we'll have to, won't we? Because we won't be able to leave before the end of the season with him out of contract. We'd either have to re-sign him or sign somebody else. So we'll have to make that decision in time, I suppose. Let's go one more day. There we go. We're into the month of May now. Monthly car update. Again, doesn't really mean that much at this point. Sauber have got a new chassis, and now they're working on a rear wing. They're saying they're not where they'd like to be. They've been having a good start to the year, so their expectations must be pretty high this season if they're unhappy with where they are right now. Let's see, McLaren having a bit of a rough start, down in 4th place in the constructors. Lando 5th, Teo 13th in the drivers. There are the standings. And let's see, Sauber are 9th, but they've scored 9 points already this season. Yeah, maybe they did. They could be doing a little bit better. I know they've had a few issues. They've been a little unlucky in places. Why does my stream bitrate keep dropping so low? It's supposed to be on constant bitrate. Very strange. Very strange indeed. Okay, let's try again. Let's get the pit crew training schedule done for this month. So we want to go custom. Let's have a look. Fatigue is at 0. Let's start with some heavy duty gym training, as we always do. I'm going to push that as hard as we can. Okay. Down to 1% for the sprint weekend. Yeah, I can get away with that. That'll do. Let's go with a bit of car building, and then we'll go with some split training. And that might be all we can get done. Yeah, it's a little risky putting another day in there before we go to Monza. Not Monza, sorry, Imola. So we'll leave it like that. And then we've got Monaco after that. And we can get some training in here. We can just about get away with that. Maybe I can get away with half a day. Yeah, just about. But that now might cause a problem here. It will. So we'll go with a bit more car building. We'll get rid of the gym training there. That's a little bit more comfortable. And then we've got a day to get our fatigue back down into well rested before the end of the month, which is excellent. Means we'll start the next month with no fatigue issues. And let's just confirm that. Okay. New ATR period starts today as well. Now let's see. Kimi will sign. Ah, there we go. We can offer him a new contract. We had to wait till the 1st of May. Right, so let's offer him a new deal. Put him in car 2 to start immediately. Let's get rid of the breakout multiplier. A lump sum bonus. He's going to want more than that. He's going to want a lot more than that. We'll offer him $500,000. Even that might not be enough. Do I want to offer him a race bonus? Not really. Let's up his salary. Let's up the number of years on his contract. And we'll offer him $6 million, so an extra $1 million. Make him an immediate offer and see if he accepts the immediate offer. No. Okay, let's make a counter offer. So he'd rather have 3 seasons. Okay, yeah, we'll go with 3 seasons. We'll take the race bonus off. We'll up his lump sum bonus a little bit more to $650. And we'll up his wage to 6.2. And there we go, he has accepted. Bye-bye, George. Kimi Antonelli is now our number 2 driver alongside Oscar Piastri. And, oh, look at those stats. They are some beastly stats for Kimi Antonelli. Not quite as good as Oscar, but he's only 20 and he hasn't driven in Formula 1 at all yet. And already he's in an excellent position. That is, that's really good news. Okay. Let's go to our car part development. We've got a new front wing coming. I think that's the last of the Mark II parts we need, isn't it? Yeah, everything else is good. What are the research requirements for next season? Can't remember. Minor technical changes across the board. 30% on cooling. Yes, I remember now. All right, so let's stick all of our hours into the side pod. Really bump that up as much as we can. Airflow is going to take a 10% reduction. There we go. Evening Victor, evening Dino, evening Farah. Good to see you guys. My constant bit rate is not constant today, so I don't know if the stream is going to cause some issues. Please do let me know if the quality degrades constantly. It's supposed to be fixed, but it's not. And Happy New Year to everybody as well. So, for those of you who have just joined, Kimi has signed. George is gone. He is now out of the team. And let's see if he's back on the market in free agency. He is in free agency. at the moment. But we've literally just made that signing. Let's see what happens if we move forward a day. Yes, finally Kimi. He has finally... we had to get to May to do it, but he's finally enabled us to offer him a deal. It's not a bad deal either as well. Upped his wage to 6.2. Was I able to establish a reason for the date? Yeah, it's just because he was so close to having joined the team on a new contract. So we had to wait till, like, May. Had to wait 5 months. But that's now done. So... there is his contract terms. Joined immediately on a 3-year deal. So... it'll run to the end of this year and then 2 more seasons after that. Salary at 6.2 mil. And can I compare him to George? Not directly there. Right, is George still in free agency? He is. And if we compare him to Kimi, there is the upgrade. Well, obviously, George is showing baseline stats because he's at standard mentality. Kimi showing at boosted stats. So add plus 7 plus 8 to Kimi's stats, or take it off those stats, and you'll see how he compares to George. He's still better in cornering. He's still about the same in braking, slightly worse in braking. About the same, if not slightly better in control. Better in smoothness, worse in adaptability, better in overtaking, substantially. A little bit worse in defending. About the same in reactions, and about the same in accuracy. And he is 9 years younger, and with a huge development curve ahead of him. You can see his development rate still very high. So he is going to become a real beast of a driver. And if he can get the right car, then next season, then he could be world champion next season. Our CFD Sim needs a refurb / upgrade. Car part test center needs a refurb / upgrade. We're 3 days away from Miami, and we've only got 3 mil in the bank. When do we get our money from our sponsors? Just over a week, plus whatever money we get from Miami. So that will pay to upgrade our car part test center. So let's get a refurb done on the CFD Sim. 2.5 mil. There we go. Let's check the other facilities. Memorabilia room needs a little quick spruce as well. I can just afford that. There we go. And with that, I think we are just about ready. Yeah, so George now, without a team, without a drive, second in the World Championship. I wonder where he will finish up in the standings at the end of the year. Place your guesses in the comments, and let's see at the end of the season who gets closest as to where George actually finishes in the standings, in the top 23, because we now have a 23rd driver, Kimi Antonelli, joining. Will Kimi outscore George? That, I think, is pretty much a guarantee. How quickly he'll do it is another matter. But he will outscore George. There's way too much time left in the season for him to not do that, I think. But I am very curious as to where George is going to end up. I think he might just still be in the top 10 at the end of the season. I'm going to go 10th. But let me know where you think he'll finish in the comments, in the chat. And we'll see who gets closest at the end of the year. So, targets for tonight's race. 7th for Oscar. Dino says 8th. 15th for Kimi. let's head to Miami.
Once again, we touch down in Miami as F1 returns to the Magic City. Miami Gardens is transformed into the Miami International Autodrome, built here especially for the Grand Prix. It's a thrilling street circuit where one wrong move can end in disaster, but for those who can conquer its literal ups and downs, victory is all the sweeter. And keep an eye out for a new face this weekend as we prepare to see a debutant take to the track. Our weekend action starts here.
So a chance for our new driver to get off the board quickly here with 2 races this weekend, a sprint and then a feature. Going to prep them to run for the whole session, so we want to go 36 laps, I think. Car parts, don't need to swap those over yet. Have I got any other parts I can put on? I've got a new chassis. Not going to risk it, not here. We're working on the new front wing. And we should be good for both cars and all other parts, which we are. Let's go with a 7, a 13, 5. We'll go 3.7. We'll whack that all the way up to a 3.5 as well. And let's drop that down a little bit. And we'll go with something a little different on Kimi. No longer a rookie driver getting an FP1 session. Now he's here on merit. Let's go with an 8, a 13, a 1.9, and then again we'll whack that up. And we'll leave that about there. Let's see how that works. Done those. No changes there. And let's send them out. And there is our new driver.
Yep, that's loud and clear.
Just a radio check.
Radio good?
Yeah, radio's loud and clear.
So apologies for no stream last night. Had to cancel the uploads for I'm getting an error message popping up now. YouTube is not responding, and yet the stream looks like it's still running. That's odd. Yeah, I had to cancel the uploads when we did our stream a couple of nights ago, and then I restarted them immediately afterwards. and they still hadn't finished uploading. By the time yesterday's stream got around, part 2 of Indiana Jones didn't finish uploading till about 10:30 last night. I forgot just how slow the upload rate is for new channels. It's especially when they're large files. It took forever. But tomorrow's part's already up, and so is the day after as well. So there'll be hopefully no interruption to streaming for the rest of the week. I am going to have to build up a bit of a library of uploads before I can start to do some more daytime streaming, simply because I'm going to need that bandwidth to stream instead of uploading. So once I've got more parts, you know, banked and uploaded, we can then get to a nice just upload another part once a day, and hopefully it won't take as long. And you know, once the channel's been around for a few months, that should speed up how quickly the upload rate is as well, because the advanced features which allow you to upload more content on a faster basis won't kick in for at least another 2 months, I think. It's a bit frustrating. For those of you that have already checked out Indiana Jones, thank you for your support, and thank you for the feedback as well when it comes to the graphic settings. Didn't get the chance to mess around with it today, but I will be trying to get some more content for that recorded tomorrow. And I'm going to be recording Space Marine 2 for the PlayStation channel as well. Got my hands on a copy of that yesterday, and enjoyed that. So I'm going to be recording a Let's Play of the story mode, the campaign, for that. And we'll get that up on the PlayStation channel, on this channel, in the coming days. Right, 59% for Antonelli. That's not great, but we'll leave him out there.
Everything okay?
And then hope that we can just adjust the setup a little bit better.
Yeah, copy that, Oscar.
It's not great for Oscar either, 67%. So neither of them have got a really good baseline to work from. We'll let them run for the next 37, 38 minutes, or until they run out of scheduled laps or fuel. And then we'll have to make changes before sprint quali. Let's take a look at the difference in lap times. That was a quick lap for Antonelli. He's getting a slipstream off the back of is it Stoffel? In fact, he's actually got ahead. Yeah, He's got ahead of Stoffel. That I didn't expect. Van Dorn looking very slow. Now he's back in clean air. Yeah, look at the difference in pace. It's negligible. They're lapping almost identically, so he's already straight on the pace. And that is a fault for one of the Ferraris there. Sylvain Petit
some kind of fault.
with a little bit of an issue. And there we go. Let's take a look. All right, let's bring that down to a 13. Now, I wonder. If I just need to switch the setups over. Could it be that simple? Or have I gone the wrong way on that roll bar? Oh, we are way off here, look. I'm going to bring that into a 4.6. Let's push that to a 13.5. Let's bring that down to a 7. Drop that down a touch more. I'm not convinced by that either. That looks a bit ropey. I don't know, that's borderline, I think. Maybe that is the safer option, and then yeah, I'm going to go with that. Give that a try. A little lost on this weekend. Let's see if it works. They are done with practice. It's time to qualify. This is where we'll find out whether we got it right or wrong. And I would not be surprised if one or both cars are wrong. Good run for Ollie Behrman in the Red Bull there. Wonder if we'll see him on the grid next season. Car part knowledge up to 98%. That's nice. We're at 50% prep. If, by some miracle, we get 100% on the car setup, that will transform that immediately to 100% driver setup confidence. So, fingers crossed.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
Okay. Let's change over those car parts. Potentially. Do I want to stick with those engines? 43. What's the other one at? Also at 43. I'll stick with them for the sprint, and then we might change them out for the race. We'll see how we do in the sprint. Evening, Wayne.
Sessions should be starting.
Send Kimi out first. Looks like Sargent snuck out just in front of Kimi. Alright, so that is looking pretty decent. I think we might be pretty close. If not, I don't think we'll be at 100% driver confidence, but I think we'll be pretty close. And we will keep an eye on split times, just so we can see how Antonelli can do against Oscar. Be interesting to see if he can actually out-qualify Oscar here today.
Good gaps ahead of everyone. Good to go.
Tyre looks stable.
Oscar, you've got a clear track ahead. So Oscar, happy to open a lap.
We're going to get traffic. A little bit. Ah! And we've got a yellow flag somewhere as well.
Here we've got the Aston Martin. Oh no! Why'd they go? Well, hopefully not a sign of things to come.
So, 32.6 and a 32.8, but Antonelli did get held up. A 20.7, and a 20.7 is 0.02 of a second difference. And I would imagine Antonelli's going to actually out-qualify Oscar in this final sector anyway. Because he's got that slipstream from the Alpine in front, from Sargent. There we go, 34.2.
Currently P1.
And a 34.9. Oh, he got held up. Who held him up?
P2.
Somebody going into the pits.
Last lap pace was good.
I don't know. Yeah, a lot of time lost there for Oscar in the final sector. What's all over, Dino? Oh, Van Dorn's quali. Ah, he's got time. He's got time for another lap. He's 8th anyway. Ocon's in trouble though. Ocon in real Ocon Ocon in real trouble here. Norris on an absolutely flying lap at the moment. Ocon pops himself up into P5. Here comes Norris, who was purple in the first and second sectors. Verstappen and Gasly, second and third. And now Norris goes top. Marcel Mori has got himself into 16th place, but can he stay in? Will other drivers knock him out? Petit goes up to 13th. He knocked his teammate out. Leclerc's in the drop zone. And he goes up to second place. And both Ferraris are out. But Petit is getting closer. Van Dorn has actually been knocked out. He is now eliminated, along with Petit, Perez, Mori. Iwasa gets through. That knocks out Liam Lawson. Has Lawson crossed the line yet? Yeah, Lawson's on an in-lap, so Lawson is out. Along with Van Dorn, Petit, Stroll, Perez and Mori. Oh, look at that. We did actually get it to 100% with Kimi. Let's take a look at Oscar. Just want to see if I can figure out which way it needs to go. So I'm going to drop that down to a 7.5. Just to get information on the braking stability and or cornering. And then we can move that back once we're done. Again, we're going to get out early. This time Leclerc is all over the back of Antonelli's gearbox. And the other Red Bull's all over the back of Piastri. So I don't think we're going to be top at the end of this first run. Whole field is out. Let's see if there are any yellow flags. A yellow flag in any one of this opening group could be disastrous for quite a few cars behind.
We're good on tyre temps here. So all clear ahead. Good to go.
Drive straight out, drive straight out. Track will be clear.
You're good to open the lap.
Into the opening sector. I don't think Ocon is close enough to the back of Oscar to get the slipstream. Leclerc might be close enough to get the real benefit here through this middle sector. Antonelli obviously quickest because he's the first one across the line. He's still quicker than Leclerc. Piastri goes purple now. Quicker than Ocon. Once again, it's Piastri who takes the purple sector away from Antonelli. So he is quicker than Charles Leclerc at the moment. And now someone has gone quicker behind, and that's Max Verstappen. Williams really has come alive this season, hasn't it? Max is a threat for podiums now, not just points. Antonelli goes top ahead of Leclerc. Piastri now takes top spot by the tiniest of margins, less than the tenth of a second there.
Yeah, copy.
And it's nearly half a second to Charles Leclerc. Max goes quickest by nearly 0.3. It's a bad lap for Sainz. Alright, first run is done. And I see no need for us to go out again. So we'll stay in the garage. And we'll ride on board with Max. Let's see if Max can hang on to provisional pole. Is behind Logan Sargent, so we'll get a tow. So he's probably going to get too close and get held up towards the end of the lap if he can't get alongside and past. Checker flag is out. Our times are confirmed. Joe's time is confirmed. He's likely to get bumped. Ocon improves his time, but not his position. He stays P6. I think Max is going to improve here. Well, he might do, but we'll see. Nope, no improvement for Max. Norris stays 4th. Gasly now in trouble. Gasly's out. Gasly did not get a good run on that second qualifying there. So, having been very quick in Q1, he is out in Q2. But he's P11, so he's got a good chance of pushing through into the points. Excuse me, yawning a bit. It's been hit with a wave of yawns. I keep getting a message popping up in OBS saying that YouTube's not responding, but the stream seems to be running fine on my tablet. Is anyone experiencing any issues? Alright, that was not the right thing to do. Actually, no, that fixed the cornering. Because it broke the traction and the oversteer, I knew that would. Let's just go back to what we knew works. And we're ready to send them out. No issues for Wayne or Dino. Good, good, good. I mean, I didn't think there were any issues because, I say, it's running smooth and everything on my tablet, but just wanted to make sure because I'm not used to seeing those error messages popping up in OBS like that. Right, one and done in qualifying here. So we're going to wait and pick our opportunity.
Okay, Oscar, so the track will go green now.
Teo Pourchaire, the first one to break cover in the McLaren. Norris going out early as well. Let's send Oscar out now. And we'll just keep Antonelli back a little bit longer. Stop yawning, and I don't know why. Not that tired. Am I that boring when I'm putting myself to sleep? Please don't answer that question. I don't think my ego could take it. Alright, now we'll send Antonelli out.
Tyre temperatures are in a good window, well done.
Good gap in front. Let's go.
Let's see if not George, it's not Indian team anymore. Let's see if Oscar, it's the wrong driver as well. Let's see if Oscar can get through without any issues with traffic. I'm glad I didn't wait an extra 5 seconds for Antonelli, otherwise he'd be blocking Oscar through here. Yawning is also contagious. I've just said that I'm yawning. I didn't actually yawn on the mic, I don't think. Or at least, I don't think you heard me yawn. Tried to stifle them as best I can and mute some other times. Maybe I should change my name to Hypnobob. You are very, very sleepy. Good looking laps so far for Oscar. No hold-ups. Purple in the first, green in the second. What can he do in the final sector? Is this enough to go quick? Go top. It is. So 127.3. 2 tenths quicker than Porsche. Quicker than Norris. Now we have to wait for everybody else.
P1.
Where is Ocon? There's Ocon.
Okay.
Antonelli just coming up to the line to start his lap. Leclerc still halfway around the lap. He'll make it in time, but he's got a way to go yet. Let's cut to Kimi. As Max pops up into third place ahead of Lando Norris. Now Valtteri goes ahead of Norris in P4. Oscar should get out of Kimi's way here. He's gone purple in the first. There's Oscar pulling over. We've even got just a little bit of a slipstream there as well. Is Antonelli going to out-qualify his teammate in his debut? He's purple in the middle. Ocon coming up to the line. Oh, it's P2 by 0.07 of a second. Here comes Antonelli into the stadium. Can he dial it all together? I think Leclerc just went purple in the first. Antonelli has gone top by 1/10. Down to Charles Leclerc. Can he take a dream debut pole position away from Kimi Antonelli? Into the final sequence of corners. As he goes flat out to the line. Albon goes up into P8. And Leclerc takes pole by 0.08 of a second from Kimi. But Kimi is quick. He's right on the pace, right from the start. Sainz is out in 10th place. So it's Charles Leclerc on pole position for the sprint ahead of Kimi Antonelli, making his debut. Oscar will start third, then Ocon in fourth. Porsche fifth, ahead of Max Verstappen. Valtteri in seventh, ahead of Lando Norris. Then it's Albon in ninth and Sainz in 10th.
Hello and welcome as our Grand Prix weekend continues, and the sprint will soon be upon us.
The prospect of bagging a few extra points is certainly going to spur these teams on to fight competitively and finish in the top spots.
But who will be victorious in the Miami sprint? We'll soon find out.
Who indeed? Okay, we're going to go with softs. We're going to go one extra lap of fuel. We're going to protect the tyres off the start, so we're going to give up position at the beginning of the sprint. be in a stronger position at the end of the sprint. And let's send them to the grid for the start of the Miami sprint.
And here in Miami, it's time for the sprint. And it's lights out, and away we go.
It's an excellent start from Antonelli as he gets around the outside. Can he hold the position as Ocon jumps Piastri? Antonelli is into the lead. What a start off the line. And if we are going to go to Ferrari next season, we are going to try and poach Antonelli. Here comes Charles Leclerc. Piastri as well. It's going to be very wide through here. Leclerc goes through. Has Piastri got the legs on Ocon? No, he hasn't.
A lot of confidence.
Keep your head down.
But it's early days. We're not pushing the tyres. We're not pushing the battery. There's plenty of time to go in this sprint yet. Let's take a look at tyres for everyone else. So the vast majority of the grid starting on the mediums.
DRS enabled.
Norris on the on the softs. Norris on the mediums with Lawson, Petit and Mori, and that's mainly because the two Ferrari drivers are terrible at looking after their tyres. Leclerc is pushing hard, trying to break that gap.
Use overtake.
Yeah.
They're going to come under pressure from Ocon here. Ocon with that DRS wide open. Nothing we can do to defend against it. Oscar backs out to avoid a collision with Antonelli there. Red Bull looking pretty potent here, and this is the threat that I was expecting this season from Red Bull, for them to be consistently running at the front with both cars. I haven't really seen that yet this season, but looks like they've come to play here at Miami.
Yes, let's go.
Nice job. So Leclerc car ahead. Gap 1.2.
Oh, we've boxed him in. We've boxed in Ocon. And there we go, nicely through. And now Oscar should move into the lead, well, into the lead position of our two cars. No DRS again for Kimi here.
That is currently P3. Charge on.
Copy.
There's the move.
recharge the pack.
And we are back into the DRS. New fastest lap for Alex Albon, up in 7th place. Max gets in front of Porsche, up into 5th place. And already we've got a big gap opening up to Zhou in 10th. Oscar through into the lead.
Sweet.
Well done, good job. Currently P1.
And just going to be swapping positions back and forth like this, I think, for a little while. Let's check our driver confidence. Antonelli in peak. And so is Ocon. And let's do some harvesting now.
There are opportunities ahead.
Lovely stuff once again through into the lead.
Recharge on.
And let's take another look at tyres now.
Good job.
You can see that tyre wear gap starting to open up.
Use overtake.
It's what we wanted to see. Max makes the move on Esteban Ocon. It's now up into 4th place.
We don't want to lose too much time. Recharge on.
Engine temp starting to creep up a little bit because we've been running in some dirty air a lot. Let's keep an eye on those. Turn those down.
So that's currently P3. So next car will be Piastri. 10.2. Verstappen behind you now. Okay, 0.2. Yeah, you do get DRS.
Oh man, trying to go 3 wide through here. That is not good. Antonelli, though, has got some balls on him. He hangs it around and takes the position from his teammate. Reminds me of Team America. You have big balls. I like balls. I love your balls. Those 2 bits of dialogue always crack me up. And that is Antonelli back up into P1. And he is
Nice job.
seriously in contention
That's
to win the sprint in his debut here.
Pack
But this is what happened. Now here we are tackling turn 3. It's there for the taking. And we've got a new race leader.
I said he probably wouldn't be able to beat Oscar for the title this year because he's so far behind on points, but if he goes on a run and wins everything, maybe,
That's DRS.
just maybe.
Recharge on.
Copy.
I think I might push on this next lap. Try and break away. Do it now, actually.
Push and hold it, overtake.
Use the overtake button.
Copy.
Good job. Currently P1.
Gotta go late on the brakes. Gets the move just about alongside, but can't hold it. One has a little bit, sorry, Leclerc has a little bit too much grip on that outside line. Holds the place. But that's the 1 second gap that we needed. Piastri's through before he even opens up the DRS. There we go. Now the wing's open. He's already got the move done and dusted.
Okay, Oscar, good job. He's 1.3 behind.
Now comes the tricky part, making sure that Oscar can drop Leclerc before the next DRS zone. Max is right on the back of Leclerc as well now.
Looks okay. Yeah.
I think we actually managed to break Leclerc. New fastest lap for Oscar Piastri. And we have a 2 second gap.
Make sure we get the pack back.
Copy.
Nearly 3 seconds now, and Max is all over Charles as well, going for that podium position of his own.
Completely ran me into the grass.
Yeah, you saw that.
Oscar complaining about being pushed off track, but he's got the move done, he's into the lead. Will Max have a look at the end of the straight here? No, he tucks up behind. The gap's now 3.5 seconds. 10 laps to go. And we've got this one in the bag, I think. The question now is, will Antonelli be able to hold off Oscar? Even entirely? Field's starting to space it out a little bit more now. See, there's a gap opening up between Porsche in 8th and Sainz in 9th. Nearly 3 seconds before between points and not points. Gasly in 11th hasn't really made any progress. He hasn't made any progress at all. How was my Christmas and New Year? Quiet. Pretty relaxed. A little bit of stress with the system. Yeah, breaking settings and stressing over uploads. But apart from that, yeah, pretty fine. Pretty quiet, pretty boring. Same as every year. I don't really bother with Christmas anymore. It's just a day. I don't bother with a tree or decorations or anything like that. I don't see the point living on my own. It just save myself some money and time and effort and leave everything as is. Your sentiments exactly, says Victor. Yeah. I mean, I don't see the point when you're on your own to make a big song and dance about it, because
Deep breath. You're going to be okay.
it's supposed to be a time for sharing, and if there's no one to share anything with, you know, who are you doing it for? You know, you do it for other people, you don't do it for yourself. So. Evening, Adrian. So Max is closing the gap to us. It's down to 2.3 seconds. He was very quick on that last lap, a 1:31.6. And we have a yellow flag. And it's Lawson, I think.
There are yellows ahead. Here, coming.
Now with the Haas. But they can't
just
avoid making
lost the
contact.
rear end there in the dirty air from Perez. And he's got a puncture. Well, that's Lawson's sprint ruined. I mean, his car's already in rough shape. He's got a hole in the rear wing now, and now he's punctured a wheel as well. It's going to be a very distant last place, I think, for Liam Lawson. Russell's finally gone. Yes. Once we got to the 1st of May, we were able to negotiate a contract with Antonelli. And he rejected my first offer, but he's accepted the second offer. He's going to be with us for the rest of the season and then 2 more after that at 6.2 mil a season. No contract position bonuses. Max is trying to break away from the Red Bulls. Can't quite get away. He's not far off. Let's take a look at tyres. Looking pretty damn good. We're going to just up our tyres a little bit now. And we'll leave them like that for the rest of the sprint. You can see we've got plenty of spare tyre wear.
I am trying.
Keep your head down.
Check back in with Antonelli. Putting that pressure on.
Next car's Piastri. Gap 0.2. give us some tyre feedback.
Tires are good.
This is going to be a two-way fight for the lead and then a three-way fight for third by the look of it.
So Piastri
Norris has
start.
dropped away. He's 3.5 seconds off the back of
0.3.
them now. Porsche a couple of seconds further back. Scrapping with Albon over the final points. Oh dear. I think it's the radiator. I'll turn the heat on. I think that's what's doing it. I was fine until I turned the heat on. Turn it off.
So next car will be Piastri.
Alright, just about out of spare fuel now, so we'll turn that off.
We must increase the level of lift and coast.
Gap now nearly 5 seconds for the chasing pack. Max still sandwiched between the two Red Bulls here. Ocon, who's the lead Red Bull at the moment, not Charles.
We saw that.
Gasly still down in 11th place, still unable to make any forward movement as Max goes flying past. We see Valtteri with Sainz right behind him. They're just falling away from the points now. 4.5 seconds to Albon and Porsche. Through goes Carlos. Gasly just stuck behind the pair of them, really not able to get any move done. Running out of tyres for Sainz and Valtteri. Maybe that will give Gasly a bit of a sniff. Still has a fair bit more rubber on his tyres. Check in the fight for the final points, 7th and 8th between Porsche and Albon. This keeps going back and forth, this one. Oh, and Gasly has finally got in front of Valtteri. Can he hold him off here? He can. And now, with Sainz having pushed to close the gap on Albon, who's been left behind by Teo, there is an outside chance for Gasly with that better tyre wear that he has. So maybe if he can just get on the back of Sainz here, hunt down Alex Albon and get himself up into that final points position. He's got the DRS. It's still a big gap to overcome with just 2.5 laps to go. Going to have to be absolutely on it for these last couple of laps. Gap is coming down, look. Gasly's going to get himself up into 9th place here. Final 2 laps, Antonelli leads by a 1/10 of a second from Oscar Piastri.
Overtaking is very, very difficult.
There's still opportunities here.
Max Verstappen in 3rd still leads the 2 Red Bulls. Gap is now 2 seconds. I think he might possibly be able to do this.
Completely ran me into the grass.
Yeah, we saw that.
And when you can, feedback on your tyres.
And if Antonelli's in this position, on this straight, on the final lap, he is probably going to win. Sainz has got back in front of Gasly, but Gasly won't have, oh sorry, Sainz won't have DRS, Gasly will. Albon's caught Pourchaire back up again. I don't know if there's going to be enough time. Pourchaire drops to 8th, through goes Gasly, we're on to the final lap. The gap is just 1.5 seconds now. Can he get in range? As we head back to this fight for the lead. Kimi gets himself into 1st place, but he's maybe gone too early. Oscar could easily take this back. It's going to come down to who's bravest in the finals, in the final corners. Here comes Oscar. Pulls out. Will he make the move? Has a look.
Okay, we don't want to lose
And
too much
Antonelli
time.
is going to win the sprint on his debut. Manages to hold off his teammate. What a debut race for Kimi Antonelli. Max takes 3rd ahead of Charles Leclerc and Esteban Ocon. Norris will be 4th. It's 5th. Sorry, Norris will be 6th. It's 7th place for Alex Albon, just ahead of Teo Pourchaire. Gasly could not close the gap in the end.
Very well managed.
And will finish 9th and just outside of the points. But a good showing from Williams. Another 15 points for them, thanks to Max. And that's helped us immensely in the constructors as well, because it's taken more points away from Red Bull. They would have lost out 3 points with Leclerc and 2 points with Ocon. So Max finishing in third has cost them 5 points. It's taken 3 away from Leclerc, who would have got 15. Ocon would have had 12. Now he's only got 10. It's Max. Oh no, wait, hang on. It's sprint, isn't it? So it's just single point figures. it's cost them 2 points. But it's 2 points.
And what a fantastic sprint win that is!
And what a well-deserved P1 finish that was. Absolutely outstanding.
So, confirmation of the sprint results. Kimi Antonelli with the sprint win. Oscar second. Max in third. Then Leclerc, Ocon, Norris, Albon, Pourchaire, Gasly and Sainz in the top 10. Stoffel up 7 places to take 11th ahead of Valtteri, who slipped back a fair bit there. Stroll takes 13th place, Tsunoda in 14th, 15th Daniel Ricciardo, 16th Zhou, 17th Sargent, 18th for Iwasa, 19th for Sergio Perez. Mori and Petit finished 21st and 20th respectively, and Lawson 22nd and last because of that little slip into the barrier and then puncturing his tyre as well.
There's tension in the air today, so it must be time for qualifying.
The Miami International Autodrome has some lovely long straights, but a driver still needs to have total trust in their car setup to get a fast qualifying lap. Turns 14 and 15 in particular are the ones that catch the drivers out in qualifying.
Now, there's been a bit of talk lately about Oscar Piastri. Karun, how's he been doing?
I'd say they'll be feeling all right. If you were to compare them with their teammate, they're coming out on top and they're showing their worth.
But don't go anywhere, folks. It's nearly time for qualifying.
All right, let's see about some changes. That needs to come in. We can push that up to an 8.5, I think. I don't know what to do with the toe. I think I'll go with that with the toe. Have I broken my rear wing though? That is the question. I think I have. Yeah, that's too much. So we'll go with that and hope that that works. No changes needed for Kimi. Let's go with those mediums. So 2 flying laps. Let's send them out.
Session should be starting.
Excuse me. Gonna whiz through this first session. No improvement in the second lap, but still decent times on those mediums. That might be enough to get us through.
If you could keep your pace up on the in lap.
Copy.
Once again, Ocon is the driver in trouble. We're going to stay in the garage. I think we'll be able to get through like this. So, can Ocon get himself out of the session? And a fresh set of softs. What we can do while we're waiting, let's take a look at that setup change. It did improve to 97. It's still not quite there. So, yeah, we don't want to do a pit lane start. It's close enough. McLaren in the way at the wrong point of the track. This is hurting Ocon. Very slow getting the power down there. That could have cost him a good half a second or more. Has he done enough elsewhere in the lap to actually make it through? He might not find enough time here. He might go out. He is out. He only found 0.4 of a second. It was not enough. And Charles, having set a really, really good time, a 1:27.3, top teammate Ocon out in 20th place with a 1.666 deficit. So, a bit of drama then in the first qualifying session. We are saying goodbye to Esteban Ocon in 21st, sandwiched between the two Ferraris. Tsunoda 19th, Sargent 18th, Lawson in 17th. Everyone else will move through into Q2. And we will once again do 2 laps on nearly new mediums.
Okay, that's green light.
Wait for Charles, see what time he does. As Max has gone
P5.
top.
That's a great lap, buddy.
And we're not going to be able to use the mediums to get through this time. We are going to have to run on some softs.
P2.
I think we might have got in Leclerc's way a little bit there as well. We did. So Leclerc's in the drop zone.
Oscar pit lap.
Pit limiter.
Attack the pit box.
And so Leclerc out for his second attempt. See if he can get through. If both Red Bulls go out, that would be incredible. It would certainly open the way up for Max to try and take another podium. Not trying to go top. We don't need to. Just need to do enough to get through, and these softs should do that for us. I think we've got some traffic for Antonelli. We do. Oh, is that going to hurt him? Oscar's gone purple. Antonelli has not improved in the first sector thanks to that traffic. But he's got clear run now all the way to the flag, so hopefully he can find enough just to guarantee he'll get through. It's Piastri who's in the danger zone right now, but he's going very, very fast at the moment. Purple, purple. Oh, and the McLaren gets in the way. As it starts its flying lap. Ah, that is bad. How's that hurt us? Piastri just gets back up into the top 10, but it is only just. And I think if anyone's going to knock him out, it could well be Gasly here. There's been no improvement from Antonelli so far. He stays where he is.
Yep.
Valtteri in 12th and Wasser in 11th. And Gasly has knocked out Oscar. Oscar out in P11. Ah, dear. Not good at all. And that has opened the way for Antonelli to potentially run away with this race. We'll do a lap on these scrubbed softs to start, and then we'll do a lap on brand new softs. go out nice and early. Who's that in front of us? Let's show. Max leaving the pit lane. He's going to be a threat for the pole lap. As should Leclerc be. I think those are going to be our two biggest rivals here in qualifying. Not too worried about anyone else, really. I don't think Porsche or Norris have got the pace to take pole position here today. Zhou certainly doesn't, nor does Van Dorn or Stroll. So it looks like it's going to be a three-way fight.
Tyres are just coming to the window. All clear ahead. And good to go.
Okay, across the line and off and running. Coming up to the line. Past the pit entrance. 129.0 is the benchmark from Zhou. It's a 127.2 from Antonelli. That's pretty good.
And we will box.
1.296 seconds quicker than Théo Pourchaire. Van Dorn pops up into second now. 1 second behind the pace. Here comes Charles Leclerc, and he does a 127.1, so new marker laid down. There's Max. Is Gasly going to get in the way? I don't think so. Gasly's going to give him a tow. And that works out beautifully for Verstappen, a 126.898. Ooh, that's going to be tricky to overhaul. We shall try. That's everybody out. Alright, first split. Green. So we've improved, but we have not gone fastest. Same in the middle sector. We're going to get closer to Max, but I don't know if we're going to be able to topple him here. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to beat that time. Van Dorn pops up into third place thanks to that slipstream behind Stroll there. Antonelli goes second, misses out by just 83 thousandths. Not bad, considering he had no slipstream at any point on that lap. There's Charles Leclerc. What can he achieve on his second run? Gasly coming up to the line. That looks slow. He's done. So we have second place. Gasly pops up into fifth. Leclerc will start no better than third place. And Max has taken a pole position. What a contrast from last season. Max Verstappen back on pole position for the first time in a very long time. Kimi Antonelli will start alongside to fill out the front row in his first full feature race. Leclerc will start third. It's Stoffel Van Dorn in fourth place. Then Pierre Gasly in fifth. Sixth for Carlos Sainz. Seventh for Zhou. Eighth for Stroll. And then the McLarens looking at row 5 in 9th and 10th. Oscar starting 11th place ahead of Iwasa. Then Valtteri, Ricciardo, Albon, Perez, Lawson, Sargent, Tsunoda, Mori, Ocon down in 21st place. And Petit is 22nd.
We're almost ready to go here in Florida as we look forward to 57 laps of F1 racing.
The Miami Grand Prix arrived onto the calendar in 2022 with much fanfare, and F1 history is still very much being written here. Drivers have to take chances around the street circuit and hope those chances turn into victory.
Spectacle is the name of the game here in Miami, with a stadium at the heart of this track. With long straights and S-bends, not unlike Suzuka's Sector 1, proper ERS management is sure to give drivers an edge towards victory. Race day has arrived, and the time has almost come for these drivers to fight it out, wheel to wheel.
All right, let's take a look at strategy. So, soft, medium, soft is the suggested strategy there for Oscar. I see no reason not to go with that. But maybe we can tweak it a little bit. Give him a bit more of an aggressive start. Given that he's starting out of position. Let's go with that. And let's take a look at what we want to do for Kimi. Kimi's tyre wear is pretty good. Let's go with that. Not going to bother with extra fuel. Just going to burn off some of the excess that we've got now. It's another one of those circuits where safety cars can be quite frequent here. And we are just about ready. I am going to open a window and splash some cold water on my face. Try and shake this fatigue that's washed over me. And we'll have a quick ad break. And when we come back, we will do the start of the Miami Grand Prix.
final checks are being carried out by the teams, and it won't be long until we get this race underway. You and I won't be the only ones keeping an eye on Oscar Piastri, Karoo.
After 99 previous races in Formula 1, they reached that milestone of 100 starts. What's in store for them today?
So let's see what today has in store, shall we? And this is it, the Miami Grand Prix. It's lights out and away we go.
So Oscar turns 100. How you doing, Clark? Good to see you. Antonelli has jumped Max just like he did at the start of the sprint. He's got himself up into the lead off the line. Piastri briefly got up into P10 but had to yield. And Antonelli has to give way to Verstappen. Leclerc looking a bit pacey behind. And there's a look. Max holds him off. You can see Max trying to break away. Going to keep hold of the battery for now.
So we DRS this lap. Currently P2. Verstappen just ahead of yourself. Gap is 0.9. Leclerc behind. Gap 0.5. Down. I think there's still opportunities there.
We're down in third place, but we have got the DRS on Leclerc, who's pushing to try and close up to Max. And now we're going to turn on our batteries.
And overtake is available.
Oscar has also dropped a place to Iwasa, but we're going to claim that back in just a second.
Copy.
There we go, Oscar back up into 11th place. Let's take a look at our confidence levels. Not bad. About where we started for Antonelli there. Have we done enough to get onto Norris? I don't think we have. Not yet. As Antonelli makes the move on Charles Leclerc.
Yes, let's go.
This is good. Currently P2. car to stand on track. Yeah, good job.
Pack is low.
Didn't give me anywhere to go.
Right, we are out of battery.
Recharge on.
Let's turn down
Charge the pack.
the fuel rate as well now.
Lift off end of straight.
Take a look at tyres. They are fine. Take a look at tyre wear rates. They're comparable to everybody else's. Make sure we turn the battle assist back on now.
Overtake is available.
Overtake available.
Tyre temperature management looking very good.
Oh, yellow flag. Who was that for? Ricardo.
I'm not quite sure what's happened there.
Looks like he's just clipped his front wing slightly. Oh, yeah. That's not ideal. Kind of stuck at the moment. Antonelli's back into the lead again. He makes the move.
Yes, let's go.
Lando has DRS.
We are going to need to make some moves as Gasly has got through. Where did Gasly come from? Getting past Charles Leclerc there and then making the move at the end of the DRS zone. Williams 1-2 right now. Piastri has got
Here's the
himself up
replay.
past Stoffel Van
So
Dorn
let's
into
follow the
P9.
action going into turn 12. The opportunity's there,
Oh, there we go. That's why Van Dorn locked up and just went straight on.
and Oscar Piastri climbs higher.
Yeah, he did get DRS.
Yeah, copy that.
Recharge on.
So next up for Oscar is Lance Stroll and Teo Pourchaire.
Use overtake.
Gasly, meanwhile, not able to get into Verstappen's DRS, so he's vulnerable to a counter-attack here from Kimi. Gasly able to hold on for now. Kimi's still right there. And Norris has got in front.
Plenty to play for.
So we'll get some battery charging done behind Lando. Hopefully.
And recharge on. Recharge on.
And we're losing time to Max.
Third car behind.
Need to get some more battery in the car though, that's the problem. Norris has punched through past his teammate and past Stroll. Stroll's got past Pourchaire, and we are 2 seconds off the back of the pair of them.
Okay, recharge on.
Yeah, we've been dropped into no man's land there. Trying to try and get back past Pierre. Go after Verstappen. The inside, and this time the move is done comfortably, very well into the braking zone there.
Good job. Currently P2. Gap 2.3.
And that is Sonoda.
Look out for debris.
Yuki doing Yuki things.
There's a yellow flag now. Now we're at turn 11 now. With not much room to move. The car's coming together right there.
Oh yeah,
And
could
that
have
won't
left
do their
maybe a touch
confidence
more space. He
any
did kind
good.
of squeeze the Sauber just a little bit there. I don't think Bottas would have appreciated that. Well, she was Iwasa. I think it was Valtteri. No, Valtteri's too far back. It would have been Iwasa then. And that is a penalty for Yuki.
Gasly has DRS.
And through goes Pierre Gasly. All right, let's go back into harvest.
Clerk behind. Gap behind 2.8.
Use overtake.
Copy.
All right, we need to close back up to the cars in front. You're officially a Ferrari fan as of yesterday. I think you just signed the death sentence for your friendship with Farah. I'll warn you now, merch will not be cheap. Ferrari merch. Well, Formula One merch in general, but Ferrari merch in particular. Very expensive. Very expensive.
Nice job. Currently P2. Verstappen just ahead of yourself. Gap ahead 1.6.
You're going to Vegas this year, you've got to look the part. Yeah, Vegas isn't cheap either.
Well behind Leclerc. Gap behind 3.2.
Pack is low.
You're great. oh, answering Wally's question. All right, pit window opens up for Oscar
Recharge
next
button
lap.
on. Copy.
Antonelli still battling with Gasly. And throw him into attack mode again.
Overtake is available.
Oscar has not looked comfortable.
Currently P3. So go ahead now, Gasly. Ahead 0.2. And we've got Leclerc behind. Gap behind 2.6. Nice job. That's currently P2.
Just happened to have a
Gap ahead
company meeting
2.2.
at the Bellagio. Or Caesar's Palace.
He has
What an
DRS.
amazing coincidence.
Just give us some feedback on the tyres.
Right, this time it looks like we've been able to break away from Gasly. We're almost back onto Verstappen.
We are ready for you.
Copy.
Gasly's fired straight back at us, look. A fault now for Lawson.
But the
The
car's
T also
definitely
has an
not
issue.
happy. Surely some kind of fault.
These Williams cars are quick. It's a little... Pace is flattering to deceive a little bit because Leclerc's on mediums. It's not, he's on hard, sorry. But Max is on mediums and he's keeping pace very well at the moment. And we can't shake Gasly. And it's not like Antonelli is a slouch. You know, he's just as quick, if not quicker, than Oscar. Yes, that is a Williams 1-2 right now. And it is on merit as well.
Keep your head down. Leclerc behind. It's not going to be long now, mate.
Max actually pipped us to pole by a tiny margin. And Gasly just forced his way through. It's not going well for Oscar.
Oscar tyre and plan update.
Still okay for now.
Alright, first pit stop for Ayumu Iwasa. He's gone on to medium tyres. Drops him to the back of the grid. Albeit briefly. And there's a huge gap back to Ricciardo, who is holding everybody else up with that damage.
And we're happy with that level of management.
He's got both of the Astons snipping at his heels there. As Logan Sargent piles into the pits. Chance to undercut and clear the cars in front. Is the rule for F2 if you win the championship you can't race anymore in F2? Yes. It should be that. I think it's that for F3 as well. I think if you win the F3 title you can't race in F3 the following season. That's to leave the series. Because they're feeder series to push you up to the next level of competition. So once you've won that, you know, you're not eligible for it anymore. It's like graduating. Well, this is the as Gasly pops in the pits, having taken the lead from Verstappen. Broke away from me while I was chatting away there. Norris coming in as well. Hard tyres for Pierre Gasly. That's a decent stop. Leclerc's put the moves on us. We lost too much time while we were harvesting. Slipped too far back. Yeah, this is the dirty little secret that nobody in F1 wants you to know. There are other racing formulas. You don't have to drive in Formula 1.
Push on hard, close up to him. So we'll box.
Copy, box now.
lap. Copy, box.
I've seen quite a few drivers make the move over to Indy
Copy.
in recent years because they can't get a seat in F1, or they go into endurance racing, LMP, WEC. Some go into touring cars. Some go and compete in Japan in the Super Formula, which is kind of a sideways step. That's what Lawson did. It's a sideways step. It's supposed to be around the level of F2, but it's considered maybe a little bit harder to win than F2.
Pit lane.
The level of competition throughout the series is usually a little bit higher. Decent stop, 2.3 seconds. Here comes Oscar. Let's see what we can do with him. Gasly's gone through, so he's comfortably ahead of Antonelli now. Oh, that was a quick stop. 1.946. That's our new best stop ever, I think.
So currently P8. Gasly car.
And there we are, out ahead of Esteban Ocon and Ricardo. Ocon yet to stop. See that really bad qualifying.
1.2.
And a fault now for Alex Albon.
Car double 50. That's P13. This car is Sonoda. Behind Sargent.
Yeah, 6.5 seconds. So that undercut has worked out very nicely for Gasly to open a gap to Antonelli.
Focus on recharge.
Copy.
Maybe about 3 seconds ahead before the stops.
Overtake is available.
You see Sargent pushing onto the back of Oscar. If I were the F2 driver and I don't have a seat yet, what would I want to do? I'd still want to win the championship, because you're more likely to get the seat as the champion than you are as a runner-up.
Tyre temperatures look good.
Copy.
Or at least, in theory. You also in with a better chance of finding a seat outside of Formula One if you can't get a seat in Formula One. And it's not necessarily that
Still plenty of opportunities.
you just don't have a seat for Formula 2, so would you stay in Formula 2? For some drivers, that is an unbreakable glass ceiling. They will never ever be able to go higher than that. That's their limit. They'll never be able to get into the top categories of racing. Other drivers, will be able to smash through that glass ceiling. Oscar Piastri, for example, was the F3 champion, and then moved to F2, and then won the F2 championship, and then moved straight to a reserve testing role at Alpine. And they had initially got plans to put him in the car instead of Alonso, and obviously they messed around with him and Alonso when it came to negotiating. Just Alpine have been a disaster in Formula One in every possible aspect. But he went to McLaren as a as a main seat driver, and look at him now, race winner. He's got genuine pace, genuine talent. That's the other thing. Just because you win the F2 championship doesn't necessarily mean you're the most suited for the job. It used to be a kind of a running joke that, if you wanted to win the F2 championship, all you needed to do was just drive for Prema. But since the new generation of F2 cars, they haven't really been on top. They've struggled to get to grips with the changes in regulations that are now more closely matched to F1 regulations in terms of the way the cars, work. It's supposed to be an equal machinery formula, but it really isn't, because it comes down to the engineering teams and all that. And Prema have always been very, very well funded. A obscenely wealthy team compared to some of the smaller outfits. But yeah, it's like winning the F2 championship doesn't, in this day and age, doesn't really mean dick anymore. You've got recent examples in the form of Teo Porcher. Was, I think, runner-up in the season that Oscar won it. Was considered, highly rated prospect. Didn't start the following season amazingly, but did, come good as the season progressed and won that season. Got a reserve seat role with Sauber, because he came up through the Alfa Romeo Sauber Academy, but there was never a seat for him in the team, and I'm amazed that no one else came in for him in any way, shape or form. Maybe Sauber didn't want to let him out the contract, I don't know, but he went to IndyCar, and now he's going to be racing, I think, in WEC or LMP next season, or this season coming. And he's a talented driver that hasn't been given an opportunity, but there are other drivers that have won championships and it hasn't really meant much either. I mean, Felipe Drugovich, won the title in, what was it, 22? Or 21. More than 21. No, it's 2022. Felipe Drugovich won the title, I think, and hasn't been able to get anywhere near a race seat because Aston have got Fernando, and there's only one seat available because Stroll is in the other seat. And so, are you going to go with Fernando Alonso or Felipe Drugovich? And then that's a very simple question for most people to answer.
Overtake available.
Copy.
Nick de Vries, another example. He's an F2 champion. Wouldn't think it to see how he fared at Toro Rosso / Alpha Tauri / RB. He's a Formula E champion as well, I believe. And he's gone back to Formula E, as far as I know. Mick Schumacher, Formula F1, F2 champion. Had a couple of seasons in a terrible team. Hasn't really been given a fair opportunity to really show what he can do.
Behind.
He's definitely going to have improved in his 2 years in a reserve role at Mercedes. But he's off to race in endurance next season. Because he's not going to get on the grid. He was overlooked by Alpine, he was overlooked by Sauber, overlooked by Haas, obviously. We're never going to go back for him.
That's currently P4.
Now we can see what happened.
But, there are a lot of potential seats. Williams overlooked him and kept faith with Sargent. And then when they dropped Sargent, they brought in Colapinto, their own reserve driver, rather than bringing in Mick. There just aren't enough seats available for drivers to have that chance. You get into F1, you stay there as absolutely as long as you can. Maybe beyond the point that you should probably move on. Do I think Mercedes should have given him a chance?
So we are now P9. Okay, that's Sainz ahead.
if they didn't have Antonelli, maybe. But Antonelli is one of those super talents that comes along once every now and then. So they were already grooming Antonelli to take over from Hamilton when Hamilton retired, because that was the expectation, that Hamilton would stay with Mercedes till he retired, and then they would elevate Antonelli into that seat. And then Hamilton dropped the bomb that he was going to Ferrari a year ago, and that put everything straight into motion to put Antonelli in ahead of schedule. So Lando Norris has gone onto the hard tyres, as has Gasly. Leclerc into the pits now. Verstappen is on medium, same as Antonelli. New fastest lap for Lando Norris, a 132.8. Just calm.
And we'll be cooling the tyres.
No, we'll keep the tyres as they are.
So happy to drop a little bit of management.
Recharge on.
And same for Oscar. We are 3.7 seconds now behind Gasly. Took a big bite out of him on that last lap, but Norris is all over the back of us. In fact, there he goes. DRS wide open. Pulls alongside
DRS.
and now gets through. So yeah, I think Mick's just been a little bit unlucky in some respects. I do think he's got the talent to deserve a seat. Maybe not necessarily with a top team, but I think he would certainly be a very accomplished, mid-pack driver in Formula One. Maybe he would continue to develop into something better. He's certainly not his father, but I mean, his father is just one of those, freak drivers that comes along every now and again, like Hamilton, like Verstappen, like Antonelli. Again, Sauber overlooked him when when he was touted as a potential partner for maybe Hulkenberg as an all-German lineup.
So happy with this management at the moment.
Copy.
Ocon now sets a new fastest lap, a 132.6. On soft tyres, trying to fight his way through a bit. Piastri has Porsche behind him.
Overtake available.
And Norris is closing that gap very quickly to Gasly, and we're going straight with him, look. And that is the front three, nose to tail now.
Still opportunities here.
Far behind is no Albon. The recharge on is good. Focus on recharge.
Norris looking very, very racy right now. Racing careers, though, are generally a lot longer in Formula One now than they ever have been in the past. I mean, you look at the fact that
Overtaking is
Alonso is
Very,
still
very
going. Yeah, he
difficult.
had a couple of years out, but
They're all
he's still going.
ahead.
Hamilton is still going. You know, Ricardo is still in the sport. Valtteri's still in the sport. Hulkenberg has come back, and he's an old driver now. I mean, he absolutely has the talent to be there, but again, you know, drivers are
If you could just
having
give us tyre feedback.
a longer run at the top level, you know, because driver fitness is just so much more now than it ever was. You know, they really are professional athletes now rather than rich playboys as they were at one point in history. Diet and fitness and lifestyle is very dramatically different. You compare Lewis Hamilton to James Hunt and look at the lives that they've led. There's a monster difference. It's the same with Schumacher as well. Schumacher was one of the first to really kind of pioneer that supreme level of fitness in racing drivers, at least in Formula One.
Use overtake.
Copy.
Overtake will be available.
Let's get some clean air to cool our tyres down. See if we can punch our way through here. Got to overcome the slipstream from Gasly on Norris. And Gasly goes through. Can we get a good enough run to make a lunge into turn one? Yes, we can. Can we hold this position through the first sector? Not quite. We're still kind of in the picture. And there we go. We're up the inside. And now
That's a good lap. That's a good lap.
we can get the run on Gasly. As Piastri gets back past Porsche and sets a new purple lap.
So that's
A 132.3.
So go ahead now, Gasly.
And there is an Antonelli into the lead. And now those tyres can get a little bit of cooler air over them. Piastri hunts down Zhou. It's been a very anonymous race for Piastri so far. He's in peak confidence thanks to that overtake on Porsche. Antonelli also in peak confidence.
Feel okay so far.
Norris goes on through. And I am going to calm down our tyres now.
And if you can just cool the tyres as much as you can.
We've got a fault for the other Ferrari now, I think.
Can tell, they've got a fault with it.
Copy.
Recharge on.
Yeah, so both Ferraris and Lawson with issues. Hell of a lap from Leclerc, look, a 132.2. 4.3, 4.25 seconds quicker than Gasly on that last lap.
keep this up. Currently P1. Yeah, he did get DRS.
Yeah, yeah.
So car behind now is Gasly.
And we can leave Antonelli just trading places like this at the front for a little while.
But we don't want to lose too much time. Recharge on is good.
Can we get the move done on Zhou? Yes, we can. And there we go. That's 8th place now for Oscar. 4 seconds to gap to Carlos Sainz. Tyres about the same. Has anyone gone from Formula to NASCAR? Yes. Kimi Raikkonen has raced in NASCAR. Montoya has raced in NASCAR after Formula One.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm trying to think if anyone else has that I can think of recently. And I'm sure there are others.
So Gasly car behind.
But in sort of the last 10 years or so, those are the two, well, 10, 15 years, those are the two that immediately spring to mind.
It has DRS.
But I don't watch NASCAR, so it's rare I ever see any NASCAR stories popping up in my newsfeed.
Solid work.
It's not a a racing formula that I follow. I don't really even follow IndyCar that much, but I do keep a passing interest in driver stories and stuff. Jamie Chadwick was in Indy Lights in the NXT. But she's moving into endurance racing for this season.
Keep your head down. Gasly behind.
Antonelli still training back and forth for the lead. Leclerc's caught us now, as has Verstappen. So we've got a 5-car grouping here at the front now.
Look good. Currently P1.
And we are not making progress on the cars in front, so let's push.
Use overtake.
So come on, Gasly.
What were my targets for this race for Oscar? 7th. Yeah, we're a little bit short of that at the moment.
DRS.
They
Copy.
are just
Okay.
lacking that little bit of pace compared to the rest of the grid. Looks like they have brought some upgrades to this race because we haven't had that breakaway pace that I thought we would have against teams like Alpine and RB and to a degree Williams as well. Escalation of the fault for Lawson.
But there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
Car's sparking as well. Looks like he's got a puncture, but he hasn't.
Nice job. Currently P1.
Pack is low.
Okay, tyre temperatures are good.
So it's his gearbox that's playing up. That's going to hurt him. See how bad the Ferrari problems are. Engine and ERS. And look, we're pushing with Oscar, and he is not
Next
closing
car
the
is
gap.
Stroll.
Car behind is Joe.
Let's go flat out. Okay, so let's just head down now. So we need to introduce more lift and coast. Got Norris car ahead. Point 2. Awesome job, mate.
We are ready for you.
The recharge on is good.
Still haven't been able to drop Porsche or Joe. And I'm not trying to break away with Antonelli because I'm saving the battery because he's going to be stopping in a couple of laps. I want him to be able to just go full attack on the softs when he comes back out. Lost 2 places and he's still halfway through
So
peak
Norris is
confidence.
the next car. At point 6.
Recharge on is good.
We're ready for you.
There is Max in front of Pierre. Strolls into the pits. I was just working hard to catch him. Never mind. He's going medium. He's going to be aggressive with those. We're going softs. Albon's in as well. How are we looking on lap time so far? Second fastest stop with Brabham. Look at that stop for Lando Norris on 1.917. He's very, very quick. Antonelli not on the board, unfortunately. I think it was like a 2.2, 2.3 for his stop.
He has DRS.
Copy that.
Through goes Joe again.
Recharge on.
If nothing else, the leapfrogging is helping us close back up to science again, and it's allowing us to recharge our battery as well behind Joe.
There's still opportunities here.
Verstappen car behind. So gap behind 0.7.
New fastest lap for Ayumu Uwasa. 132.0. We should be able to obliterate that with Antonelli when we put him on the soft tyres. Here's a chance to get Norris.
Verstappen behind at 0.7 with DRS.
And we do take the place.
So Leclerc car ahead. Gap ahead 0.6.
Porsche's got the jump on us. Need that battery into Piastri.
There are opportunities.
So while we're still in this kind of DRS train, I'm okay with that. Gonna box Oscar at the end of this lap, I think. Got plenty of set of softs in case we get a safety car.
Box this lap.
Copy. Box.
And reminder for recharge.
Copy.
I'm going to go one more lap with Antonelli. Also have a spare set of brand new softs after this one, in case we get a safety car. Sonoda boxes. Medium tyres for him. That's a pretty good stop. Not good enough for the leaderboard though. It's going to have to be a mighty stop for Antonelli to get both cars onto the leaderboard tonight. Oh, come on. Pushed into the barrier. It's some grade A bullshit right there.
Overtaking is
And into the pits comes Oscar.
Still plenty of opportunities.
Oh, that's a bad stop. Well, there goes my undercut.
Sorry for that.
Not good.
P11. That is strong.
Shows just how important qualifying is now as well, with the field quite tightly packed in terms of pace. You know, getting held up and getting knocked out in Q2 has really hurt Oscar's chances of any strong points this weekend.
Behind you now. Gap behind 0.7.
So, undercut chance activated for Kimi Antonelli. Not just on Leclerc and Norris, but on opening up a gap to the Williams drivers behind as well. Oh, what a start. 1.988. That is good enough for the
Yeah,
leaderboard.
just to keep an eye on your mirrors for cars coming.
There we go. That's like, where's the time? Now it's showing. So second and fourth. Not bad. And we come out just behind Joe. A new fastest lap has been set by Lance Stroll.
Joe, car ahead. Gap 1.4 ahead. Gap behind at 1.6.
Let's go for a fastest lap attempt with Oscar. Let's get these tyres up to temperature quickly.
Use the overtake button.
Yeah.
You can see the gap effectively between our two drivers. Antonelli out in front of Porsche. Piastri was a pit stop behind, was behind Porsche. So he's more than a full pit stop behind his teammate.
Let's start closing up that gap.
And here we go. Max and Charles both into the pits.
Copy.
Gasly and Norris have stayed out. It's a decent stop.
Those sights in the pit lane.
Antonelli goes through. Solid stop for the Williams. And Antonelli comes out right behind Charles Leclerc. But his tyres are up to temperature. Leclerc's on mediums. Verstappen's on softs. New fastest lap for Oscar Piastri, a 1:30.5. Very quick time. And we have got in front of Sainz. So we've undercut Sainz.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
7.5 seconds to Stroll.
Small lift and coast.
Yeah. Copy.
Just
Antonelli getting held up by Joe here.
Yes, let's go.
currently that's P4.
He's got the move done on Leclerc though. And we should get past Joe here now. Oh yeah, we're ahead before we even open the DRS. Lovely stuff. Norris is in. Is Gasly going to follow him in?
Okay, good job.
No, Gasly's gone around again. It's soft tyres for Lando. Can we beat him out? Yes, we can. Just. There he is. So we are a net P1 now with Kimi Antonelli.
Copy.
Going to go one more flying lap. Actually, no, we're not. Calm things down a little bit
Into the tyre cooling,
because
please.
Leclerc and Norris are both going to be pushing hard. And we're just going to give them the fastest
Overtake
lap. So
available.
let's see if we can work with Charles here to pull away from Norris before he gets those tyres at the temperature. Gap for Piastri now is 4 seconds to Stroll.
Norris behind. Get behind 1.8.
We took 4.05 seconds out of him on that lap. And we've left Sainz behind. Leclerc is pushing, as you can see.
Push and hold, overtake.
And now Gasly comes in,
So happy to drop.
but he's going to be
Coast.
dropping way behind now. He's going to come out behind Joe, possibly even Porsche. There's a new fastest lap for Charles Leclerc, 129.3. Whew. That is much quicker than Oscar's lap. It's Pretty perfunctory stop there for Gasly. Not quick, but it was clean. He's going to come out behind Joe. 3 seconds up the road from Stroll. And we're out of battery, but we've got back into the DRS. We've got a 3-second gap to Norris. That will come down. Norris will start pushing in a lap or so and really start turning the screws. But for now, we are where we need to be, which is in the DRS of Charles Leclerc. So we can try and protect our tyres a little bit if we can. Certainly try and build the battery back up at some point soon.
0.9 behind.
And then see if we can retake the fastest lap as well. I had a feeling you might appreciate that word, Farah. I wasn't sure if you were still lurking in the chat or if you'd scarpered.
So Oscar,
How can I check if Farah's still there?
next car is
He didn't say anything about Hamilton when Clark talked about Hamilton. Let's throw a fancy word out there. See if that works.
behind you is Sainz,
And lo and behold.
2.5.
Wilson has blue flags.
You see Norris and Verstappen starting to close the gap again. 2.5 seconds now. We lost a bit of time as well, unfortunately. Thanks to Lawson.
So Leclerc car ahead.
We're now
Gap ahead,
3 seconds behind
1.6.
Stroll. We are slowing down on our pursuit. Got to make these tyres go to the end now. Took half a second out of him on that lap. 7th is the minimum we need with Oscar tonight. Just, you know, to keep the sponsors happy, keep the money coming in. Obviously, we want more than that if we can, but yeah, that first 2 stints looked really good for Oscar. Didn't really make much progress at all.
And happy to pick up the pushing level.
And here comes Norris.
Currently still on plan.
Use overtake.
Yeah.
I think Gasly's the highest we can go with Oscar. And even that's going to be tricky.
Car behind is Sainz. Okay, we don't want to lose too much time.
There we go, we've caught up.
How's the time? Tyre feels okay.
Okay, Oscar, recharge on.
Copy.
So, Oscar, we can look after this tyre.
Yeah, copy. Just keep on top of that management.
Copy.
Trying to go through a little bit of a rebuild phase here for Oscar.
Gap 0.7.
Want to be able to break away quickly from Stroll when we do make the move. Plus, we need to have another crack at that fastest lap, see if we can take that away from Charles. We're going to need a healthy battery and a little bit of spare fuel for that. And healthy tyres. Morris' fault escalates up to orange as well. Not Morris, sorry, Petit. And our defensive driving here with Antonelli is keeping Norris behind, but it's causing us to lose ground to Leclerc.
Yeah, you did get DRS.
I was hoping Norris would just go through so that we could sit behind, let him do the hard work, the heavy lifting in terms of chasing down. There we go.
Tyre feedback.
You're okay.
And we do a little rebuilding with Antonelli as well.
Verstappen behind. Get behind 3 seconds.
And he's gone through again.
More lift and coast with these PU temps. Nice job.
All right, let's get Oscar
Gap ahead,
moving forward.
4.6.
Let's try and push up.
Overtake available.
Copy.
Oh, and that's Show. Show's pace has dropped off all of a sudden.
Far behind is Sainz. Sainz 3 seconds behind. Deep breath. We're going to be okay.
Yes, use the chance now.
Well, this lap's a bust.
Suggest increased LICO.
Copy. And recharge on. Copy.
That's one of the Ferraris getting blue flagged. Oh, God. That's what caused us to lose the back of Leclerc. Now it's happened to us again with Norris. Gasly with a fault. Oh, man, that lost 3 seconds.
I don't know what's happened with the R06.
Use overtake. Copy.
Let's keep pushing up to cars ahead.
PU calling Oscar. Yeah.
Oscar's confidence has bled away as well.
Copy.
Antonelli's still doing well.
Plenty to play for.
There we go. That's the
Okay,
lunge
so
we
it's
needed.
Start putting some pressure now on Norris.
gap was what, 5-6 seconds, maybe 7 seconds to Gasly. It's now 9 seconds. We've definitely lost time there.
Sweet.
But if he's got gearbox issues,
good
that
job.
might give us an opportunity to try and close the gap to him. And show boxes.
Joe has pitted.
We are back onto Norris. With a 1:30.1 last lap, that's our best lap, but it's not good enough. We've improved our first sector in this lap. I think we're about to go purple in the middle.
Yes, let's go.
If we can't get it here, we're not going to get it at all.
Currently P2. Gap 3.5. He has DRS.
That's that. No more battery.
Charge the pack.
And again, we did not get it.
And we still need more.
1:29.8. Half a second away.
Pack is low.
Copy.
Recharge on.
Overtake will be available. Keep your head down. Verstappen car behind. Nice job. He's 4 seconds.
So this is going to be a big shot in the arm for Charles if he can take this victory with Oscar struggling a little bit today. What a great start to the campaign for
Behind you now.
Antonelli. Winning the sprint. He's currently on the podium. And I'm losing ground to Gasly. He's lapping quicker than I am. Had a push lap. I don't think I'm going to get him. As long as we finish in 6th or 7th, that'll be, you know, as far as the sponsors go, mission accomplished. I was hopeful we could have got him a little bit higher.
Norris, car ahead. Gap ahead, 0.7. Okay, so we just need to get into that management.
Copy.
We must increase the level of lift and coast.
Yeah, we're now 10 seconds behind Gasly. I think we're going to get him. The Williams is just too quick.
Got Norris car ahead. Gap ahead, 0.6.
Kind of tempted to box Oscar and just go crazy on a new set of tyres, but I don't know if I'd actually be able to catch up.
So currently P3. So Norris is the next car. Gap 0.8.
And Sainz has caught us.
Fuel on plan.
Overtake available.
Yeah.
You can start pushing.
What else am I playing? Just started playing Space Marine 2. There's going to be a Let's Play series for the story campaign coming to the channel very, very soon. I've been playing Indie on the PC. 2 parts are live now. Part 3 goes live tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the new channel. Part 4's already uploaded and ready for the day after as well. I've been playing a lot of Frostpunk in my downtime on the PlayStation as well. Going to be playing that on the PC soon for the channel. And once I've built up enough of a backlog of episodes ready to go live on the PC stuff, I'm going to be able to start doing a bit more streaming during the day, and I'll be streaming games like, you know, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Ragnarok, God of War Ragnarok, Last of Us Parts 1 and 2.
Gap ahead, 0.6.
Norris is looking to close the gap to Leclerc a little bit. I never finished Last of Us 2. Didn't get amazingly far into it.
And when you can, feedback on your tyres.
But I've played and finished The Last of Us a couple of times. You know, the PS3 version, the PS4 version that came out a year later.
Get past him.
Haven't played the PS5 version yet.
Is available.
Copy.
Right, final crack at the fastest lap. Don't think I'm close enough to Norris to be able to get the slipstream that I need, but we'll
5
go
laps
for it.
remaining.
Copy.
You see Norris is pushing right onto Charles now. And we have better tyres than the pair of them. And a healthy gap to Verstappen. So Verstappen isn't likely to get on the podium now unless something happens to one of the top 3. Looks like 6th is the absolute best we're going to do with Piastri tonight. No DRS, but we have got into the slipstream.
air where we can for this PU temp.
Copy.
Just trying to go hard and late on the brakes. Couldn't quite pull that off.
Yeah.
So we got 4 laps remaining.
Yeah, we are not getting that fastest lap.
Copy.
So we need to introduce more
130.1, not
coast.
even close.
Copy. Copy.
All we can do now is just sit behind and wait for an opportunity to try and push forward.
Copy.
Oscar's 2 seconds clear of sights. Again, we'll just push on the last couple of laps with that battery just to make sure we stay there. We don't drop back. Porsche is close as well, so if we drop behind Sainz, we're vulnerable to Porsche as well.
Norris, car ahead. Point
Ocon, I think, probably a little bit too far back to be a threat. Can't be too complacent on that. Have a quick look at engines for Norris. It's in slightly better shape than us. Leclerc's isn't, though. Our engine's at 36. Really hope we don't develop a fault in these closing laps. This will be the last race that we run this engine. It'll be a practice engine from now on.
So Leclerc car ahead. Yeah, point 3. So as much tyre calling as you can manage, please.
Copy. Copy.
And his confidence starting to slip for the first time in a while because he hasn't been able to make a successful overtake.
Currently on target. Overtake available.
Copy.
Yeah, Leclerc is going to have that slipstream to Norris and the DRS. We go brave on the brakes.
2.
Very brave, and he gets through. It's a fault developed for Verstappen now.
It's not only options, it's adoption.
Having gearbox issues. But Antonelli has moved into second place.
2 laps to go. Well, we need more management. And we're keen to pick up the management.
Just open that gap up to Sainz. Porsche has pushed onto the back of him, as has Ocon.
Yeah.
3 seconds is not comfortable enough.
So we need to make sure we stay ahead of him. Happy to use the tyre more now.
Through goes Norris. I'm all right with that.
Keep your head down.
Gives us a chance to retake the position. Closing of the lap.
Just stay close to him. Overtake is available.
There's traffic in front. It is Lawson, I think. Or is it Perez? Might be Perez.
I'll let you know.
Piastri's developed a
I
fault.
see that in the data. Okay, copy. Understood. We're on it. Lift off end of straight.
Loss of power.
So 1 remaining.
We're into the lead.
Do we need to keep the lift and coast up a bit more now?
Push, push, push. Do not let them get DRS, please.
Now we should be able to take a look here. Now we're watching the action closely here. The gap opens up for them.
He's been great into turn one
And
all,
we've got a new
all
race
weekend.
leader.
Recharge on.
Yep, copy.
I didn't get the 1 second. That's going to leave us vulnerable. It is...
Gap 0.8. He has DRS.
Who is that in front of us? It's got to be Perez and one of the Ferraris. I think it's Perez and Petit. Oh, we're going to get DRS. Please give us the DRS. That will help save us. Are we close enough? Are we close enough? I think we just broke Norris.
Yeah, he did get DRS.
This isn't good. Get out of the way. There we go. Antonelli wins. Antonelli wins his full race debut. Someone's run out of fuel. It's Leclerc. Leclerc has run out of fuel, and so has Verstappen.
Get rubber where you can.
I don't know if Gasly's run out of fuel or if he's just parked up because of a red flag situation. There is Piastri. The race is red flagged.
That's Oscar Piastri after what was a very exciting Grand Prix.
Yeah, and in the end, it was a finish in P6, which will bring in a few points.
Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
They'll be absolutely delighted to have picked up the
Any
win
bold
here.
predictions for
What
the
a great
25
outcome
F1
that is for
season?
the team.
Not yet. Far too early to make any
And
kind of
with
predictions.
that, our weekend in Miami now draws to a close.
Now the teams will be looking ahead to Imola.
Just pissing
where
in the wind
season
at this point.
progresses with the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Get ready for some fierce competition.
So Antonelli wins the sprint and then wins the race as well. What a dream debut for Kimi Antonelli. Lando Norris up 7 places to take second. I did not see that coming. I thought he would be sort of mid-pack in the top 10, you know, around 5th, 6th this weekend. But yeah, great drive from Norris. We just about held him off. Leclerc in 3rd, running out of fuel across the line with the fastest lap and comfortably with the fastest lap. I couldn't get close today to that. Max, in the end, has to settle for 4th place. It's 5th for Gasly. It's an excellent result for Williams all round. 22 points today. Oscar up 5 places to finish in 6th. Good recovery considering how, you know, bad qualifying was for him and how little progress he made in the first couple of stints. And then Porsche finishing 7th. Ocon down in 8th. Good recovery drive, having started 21st after a nightmare qualifying in Q1, getting eliminated very early on. Sainz takes 9th place. Zhou gets the final point in 10th. Then it's Stroll, a lap down. Then Albon, Sargent, Van Dorn, Bottas. I think the only reason these guys are a lap down is because of the red flag. I'm pretty sure that's why they're showing us a lap down. They never got to complete their final lap. Iwasa, then Tsunoda in 17th, 18th for Daniel Ricciardo, 19th for Perez, Marcel Mori in 20th, then Lawson 21st, Petit 22nd. Everybody finished but Ferrari, again, way down the back of the order. In the driver's standings then, Oscar Piastri leads on 135 points. Charles Leclerc in third is now the closest active challenger, with George no longer signed with a team. And that is a 54-point gap after 6 rounds and 2 sprints. Lando moves up ahead of Max Verstappen by just 3 points. Very, very close between those two there. Ocon gets 8 points this weekend. He's in 6th place. Kimi Antonelli on his debut scores 33 points and moves up 16 places, jumping ahead of Gasly on points, tied on points based on the fact that he's won a race. What a dream debut for Antonelli there. Zhou is 9th. Porsche up 3 places into 10th on 16 points ahead of Carlos Sainz and Alex Albon. Stroll down 3 places with 12 points in 13th. Then it's Bottas dropping down 2 places into 14th. Tsunoda in 15th. 16th for Stoffel. 17th for Ricciardo. 18th for Iwasa. First of the drivers yet to score. Then it's Sargent in 19th. 20th for Lawson. 21st for Perez. 22nd for Mori. And 23rd for Sylvain Petit. Good evening, Anthony. Your timing impeccable as always. In the constructors' standings, 48 points for Brabham there. Excellent result. 272 points we sit on now. We are double Red Bull's score by just over a couple of points. They're on 135. We are 137 points clear. Then Williams in 3rd place on 104 points. 28 points across the whole weekend. That's just 1 less than Red Bull and the same number of points as McLaren. So they are really coming good this season. Alpine in 5th, move up a place. They're on 19 points now, as are Mercedes, who also move up a place. It's RB dropping down 2 places with 18 points. In 8th place, Aston with 17, and Sauber in 9th with 9. No points for Haas in 10th or Ferrari in 11th. And we got 2 very quick pit stops as well. We got 2nd and 4th. And Red Bull only got 1 car in the top 10 today. That was 7th for Esteban Ocon. Decent result for McLaren. They got fastest and 8th. Alpine getting both cars in there in 5th and 10th. Mercedes getting some good points thanks to Sainz. And Aston getting the last points with Stoffel in 9th. So standings look like this. We stretch our lead by 24 points in the DHL standings. So we now sit 59 points clear of Red Bull, who are 2nd. McLaren move up 1 into 3rd, 3 points clear of Mercedes. No points or no positions gained for Ferrari. They picked up 8 points. They stay 5th on 50. Alpine up 2 places into 6th, tied with Haas on 36. Then it's RB in 8th place with 31. Aston with 27, 2 points for Williams, and still no points for Sauber. And they see those stops. That brilliant first stop there, 1.945 for Oscar. Quickest stop of ours this weekend. And quickest stop, period, for us. As you can see, that's our new fastest pit stop this season, 1.945. Not good on the second stop. We had that stuck wheel nut that cost us an extra couple of seconds. Not a great stop for Antonelli's first pit stop, 2.3. It was clean, just wasn't quick, but the second stop made up for it with a 1.986. Enough for us to get 2nd and 4th today. And both of our drivers get their target as well, just with Oscar in the end, and monstrously with Antonelli there. So it's another 1.95 mil added to the bank. No contract bonuses for either driver, so no additional payouts. The memorabilia room refurb is done. Tom Stallard goes up an extra point. And let's dive into the inbox. So, we need to replace the front wing on both cars. And you see the expected finishes actually down a place on Oscar's expected finish, up 9 places on Antonelli. At this point, he's going to overtake George in just another 3 rounds. Refurb done there, so that's nice. Antonelli and Marcus Dudley are not gelling at the moment. We will intervene and hope that things work out for us. Are you signing Piastri to partner Max next year, assuming you don't get sacked? Well, if you do get sacked, you've given your competition a hell of a lineup. Let's get those front wings changed. We've got 2 mil in the bank. What more parts do I need to make? Still got more chassis to come. A couple more side pods to come. How long do the front wings have done? 4 days, so we don't need to worry about making a spare front wing because we've got new ones coming. Side pods, chassis. Maybe could do another suspension. Yeah, let's make one more suspension. Just to round that up a little bit. There we go. Evening, Harvey. Who won the race? Old Golden Nuggets. Andrea, Kimi, Antonelli. Got a double win. He got the win in the sprint and the win in the Grand Prix. Very, very, very good debut indeed. So, let's take a look at stat numbers now. Yeah, look at that. Oscar's getting a bump in his confidence. He's up to purple now. And that's a lot. That's a lot indeed. Very, very nice. 4 100 level stats now. Did he win by miles? No, only just 1. We are just lacking a tiny little bit of pace for us to be able to run away at the moment. But we've got new parts to come. We've got new chassis to go on the car for Imola. Let's put one onto Oscar's car now. There we go. That'll give us a little bit of extra speed. A little bit of improvement to acceleration DRS. And it will give us a nice little bump in downforce levels as well. So that will help. We will have a second one of those in just a few days for Kimi. Piastri finished in 6th. He qualified 11th. Got held up in Q2. But we struggled to move him up through the field in the first half of the race. And we are just a few days away from getting money from our sponsors as well. Just 4 days to go. Let's push forward to that before we look at doing anything else. Because I want to get that car part test center upgraded. All right, comfortably achieved our target. That gets us $4.6 million. And another 2.5 mil from the hot lap experience. Very nice. Front wing design is ready. Let's immediately throw that into production because we need that for Imola. I don't have a slot. Damn it. I have to wait 2 days for that side pod to finish. Ah, dear. All right, so I've got 8.9 mil. Let's do the important thing first before I spend the money that I was going to spend on that. Let's check in elsewhere. Everything else here is okay. Tour Center is going to break very soon. Let's do a new sponsor plan. We've got a head of aero fuel, which is worth 800k. It's not a huge amount. Let's send our scouts out. Don't really want to do that to Abby again so soon. Let's do a race weekend with the factory. And we'll go with the tour center as well. There we go. So plan is set. So how much cash have I got? 2.1. How much do front wings cost to make? Doesn't tell me. I think it's only about 225, so I need at least $500,000. That gives me enough money to do a project, a research project. Let's do a chassis. Sorry, suspension. Let's focus in on the tyre wear. As best we can. There we go. We'll hang on to the rest of the cash. So I'm going to need to actually rush those front wings, unfortunately. I think, maybe. Actually, no, Imola's not a sprint weekend, it's a normal weekend, so I can just about get away with it, I think. Let's go to car parts. Go to the new front wing. There it is. Let's get that into manufacturing. We'll go 2 of those. We're 5 days away from Imola, so first one will be ready 2 days before. Second one will be ready on the day of qualifying. Have to remember to put that on the car. It's not going to be worth a huge amount in terms of speed or acceleration, but will give us a nice little boost in downforce. Combined with the new chassis, that should be very tasty indeed. So let's go with 4 of those. There we go. We can now put the new chassis onto Kimi's car. There we go. Staff survey results. Kimi Antonelli, his biggest issue is the personal driver standings. He's had 1 race and he got the most points he could possibly get, bar 1 because he didn't get the fastest lap. So I think he's doing all right. Our engineers are enthusiastic, no issues at all, none for our other backroom staff. Our reserves are all quite happy and content at the moment as well. Excellent stuff. 5 days now till Imola. Engine's in poor condition. Yep, we know about that. That's the spare suspension. We'll go to car parts and go to rear wings and make 1 more rear wing. Just got enough money for that. There we go. And this is where I find out the tour centre needs a refurb. Not quite. It's so close. It might break the day of the Grand Prix. Yeah, there we go. It will be cheap though. It's only 15k to upgrade that. So nice and cheap. There we go. Continue to race weekends. And that's the spare rear wing. Let's take a look at our car. We'll have a look at Williams. Yeah, look at that. Williams have got a hell of a car right now. They really have. Oh, wow, our DRS effectiveness is terrible. We've got the worst DRS almost on the grid. That is a surprise. It's not by much, though. I mean, we're down, what, 11 ranks on Max's car there, but it's 2.5%. It's not that much. Downforce is about to improve. Let me go to the warehouse, and we can get that new front wing onto Oscar's car. We go back to compare against the Williams. And you see we've got the best acceleration on the grid now. Excellent. Best dirty air on the grid. DRS still pants. Speed is down a little bit to Williams. That's down 0.45 kilometers. That's not so good. Downforce is much, much closer now. Look how close we are in terms of low speed. A little bit further away in the medium speed. Pretty close in the high speed. Dirty air tolerance, best on the grid now, thanks to that new front wing. Our tyre wear is still very, very strong. Engine cooling is pretty bad. Going to need to work on that. And we're going to need to work on our DRS as well. So we're going to need to do an improved chassis again, an improved side pod, and another improved rear wing by the look of it, if we want to try and get those parts a little bit better. Don't have the cash for that now. We're probably not going to have any funds for more upgrades until the run up to the mid-season break, I think, and try and come out with a B-spec car. Well, I suppose technically you say this. No, this isn't the B-spec, is it? Maybe. We'll try and come out with an upgraded car in time for, you know, the end of the summer break. Maybe we can get a couple of parts on a little bit earlier than that. We'll see. It all depends on funding, I suppose. But that is it. That is the end of tonight's stream. So what a debut for Kimi Antonelli. We finally were able to offer him a contract, which he accepted at the second attempt, because he wasn't quite happy with the first deal. But it's still a hell of a bargain deal. 6.2 mil for the rest of this season and the next 2 seasons. And what a great way to get his career started in Formula 1 with a win in the sprint and a win in the Grand Prix as well. Oscar, I think, had a bit of an off weekend, mainly down to the qualifying. Let's see if he can do better in at Imola. We've got new chassis on the car for both drivers. We've got a new front wing on the car for Oscar for practice. We'll have a spare ready to go onto Kimi's car in time for qualifying on the Saturday. And then let's see how we can do on race day. What's the weather going to be like? It's going to be cloudy. That'll help with tyre wear a little bit. Might one stop that, might two stop that. I haven't decided yet. We'll see how our drivers are looking. Antonelli's tyre wear actually was better than Oscar's in that Grand Prix, which surprised me a little bit. I didn't think his smoothness would be quite as good as that. But yeah, that's one hell of a potent lineup. So a reminder, let me know in the chat, in the comments, where you think George will finish in the driver standings at the end of the year. Currently, he is in second place on 104 points, but it's unlikely to be appearing again this season. He may yet appear on the grid this season. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the AI will try and poach him and sign him to an immediate start. I don't think they generally tend to do that. It's usually for next season. So I'd be curious to see if he does get picked up for next year, and if so, by who. I wonder if he'll go to Ferrari. I wonder if Ferrari will try and sign him to replace the utter shambles of a driver lineup that they have. But yeah, let me know where you think he's going to finish in terms of the driver standings out of 23. Obviously, he can't finish all the way down the bottom because of Ferrari. But I don't think drivers like Perez or Lawson or Sargent or Iwasa are likely to outscore him. Probably not even Ricciardo. Who knows? I mean, it's still, we've only done 6 rounds. We've still got 18 rounds to go. And I'm genuinely curious as to where you think George will finish up. So please do let me know below. And when we come back tomorrow, we will hit round 7. Don't forget, you can also check out my second channel with PC content. Second episode of the Indiana Jones playthrough went live today. Third part goes live tomorrow. And part 4 is already uploaded for the day after that as well. I will be recording some more of that. There will be a Space Marine 2 campaign playthrough coming on the PS5 channel, this channel, very soon. And start recording some content for that in the next day or so. And who knows what else is going to be popping up on the channel very soon. There'll be more stuff coming out on the PC channel soon as well. But I want to get a few more episodes of Indy done and, you know, in the library before we do anything else. So I hope you have enjoyed tonight's race. If you have, please do drop a like. If you're not yet subscribed, please consider a subscription as well. It's free, won't cost you anything, but would mean a lot to me. And you can also find me on Twitch. We're just doing weekend Twitch streaming at the moment, but week time Twitch streaming will be coming in the next couple of weeks as well. Until then, though, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.